안녕하세요. My YouTube wasn't streaming. No, my YouTube wasn't connected. Oh, I connected it now. 됐어요. 근데 뭐, 좀, 근데 막, 힘들어. You want to talk about sex? Wait, what's this doing here? Okay. So I'm just trading. I found letting someone to me to. I live on video. Try this play video and I can run some here. making money, bro. And when a dream is quick to the balance and I am making money for young. I think this is just for me. It's on a video. It ties into stuff that I was talking the other day. To the amazing. There's no one can talk about it. Whoa. Not too bad. Maybe I'll to says. You wanna pause me? Oh yeah. The terrorists.
At 3 minutes past 10 on a Friday.
But yeah. The alright. Stock market took a very disappointing to those terrorists. Day last year. Oh, correct his technical group. No, cold now, it's fair, guys, finally. We don't know. Make it Pfizer, though. It's like, I hear enough that you just miss the issue, right? And here, cannot say about this. It's the price home here. 2530. So far it's rejected 2530 century, not good luck. Let's see how I'm turns out. Yeah. It's a nice recovery, but can't just be a daycare pony so that does the same loads. 25 sewing. During the thumb, 2 ways. Where is everyone? I was young. I'm doing fine. I'm making some money. I was wondering, where you were to discuss something. I actually found a thing here that actually ties into a lot of concepts we've been talking about the last week. Would you like to see this one? Says Susan. I don't know if you saw the message. I think I posted this in my Discord, but my main computer that I use for streaming was officially declared DOA. So now, so I get basically full now my pay for it. What the frick? Nah, that's not what I wanted. I'm letting Chuckle Small Wars. Oh. Anyone climb down? No. Okay. So this ties in to what we're talking about with the tariffs. It's a double chart. It could be good or bad depending on how you look at it. I have to wait 4 months to replace it because the amount I paid for that one was on Black Friday. It was a pretty good deal. I saved like $1,400 out of it. So to replace it, it requires me spending $2,000 more. I don't know, we decided to refund like crazy. Maybe like a big deal.
At 3 minutes past 10 on a Friday morning, the Supreme Court of the United States ended the most ambitious trade experiment in modern American history. 6-3.
As we're talking about, so this goes into that Liberation Day and the fact that stock markets on the tariffs. A few months ago, I don't know if you recall, but some of these tariffs was deemed illegal.
3. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing for the majority, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, or IEPA, quote, does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. With a single opinion, the legal foundation for more than half of Donald Trump's tariff regime was demolished. The reciprocal tariffs, the Liberation Day tariffs, the fentanyl-related duties on Canada, Mexico, and China, all of it declared illegal. $133 billion in collected tariff revenue now potentially owed back to importers. Over 301,000 businesses, 34 million individual import entries. Companies from Costco to tiny toy manufacturers.
These refunds are actually, as I noted on some balance sheets of companies already, like Ford's. Ford's last earnings? At first, Ford went up to $13 a share. It was like $12.60 or $12.50 before the earnings report, something like this. And I actually saw it when it went up to $13. And then in the morning, when it was revealed, it was because of the tariff refund. It went back down to another $11 right about those shares back.
Manufacturers had already filed suits demanding refunds, and as of that Supreme Court ruling, the law was on their side. The president was meeting with governors when the ruling came down. He was handed a note. He told the room it was a disgrace and left. 4 hours later, he was back. Standing in the White House briefing room, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick beside him, visibly furious. And he did something no president has ever done. Quote, today I will sign in order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged, unquote, the president announced. Effective next week, he also announced new Section 301 investigations to target unfair trade practices across dozens of countries. Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, a statute designed for balance of payment emergencies. It caps tariffs at 15%. It expires in 150 days, and it has never, not once, been used by any president in the 52 years since it was enacted. In 6 hours on a single Friday, the highest court in the land struck down the tariffs, and the president replaced them with a new set under a different law that has never been tested. The old legal foundation was demolished. A new one was poured before the dust settled, and the markets barely moved. The S&P 500 ticked up 0.3%. Retail stocks surged. Nike, Target, Dollar Tree, Abercrombie up 3 to 6%. Gold climbed. JP Morgan's trading desk had already given this exact scenario. Tariffs struck down and immediately replaced, a 64% probability. But Wall Street's calm masked a deeper chaos. The replacement tariff is weaker, 10% instead of the old country-by-country rates that range from 10 to 50. It expired in 150 days unless Congress extends it. The Section 301 investigation.
So it's basically talking about the different levers Trump's trying to pull with his tariff agenda. Right. Alright. Thanks. Please, tariffs are not good for the American citizens. And calling data shows that's actually a common viewpoint. Even among Trump supporters that like the tariffs.
Will take months, and the refund liability from the old regime, potentially $175 billion, is still there like an unexploded bomb. So what just happened? Did the Supreme Court kill Trump's tariffs, or did Trump just prove they can't be killed? To answer that, you have to understand what happened over the last 12 months, because the story of Trump's tariffs is not a story that ended that Friday morning. It's a story that just entered its most dangerous chapter. January 20th, 2025. Inauguration Day. Within hours, aggressive trade action was signaled. By February 1st, executive orders imposed 25% tariffs on all imports from Canada and Mexico, 10% on Canadian energy, and double tariffs on Chinese goods from 10 to 20%. And the legal authority? IEEPA or EPA. A Cold War era statute designed to freeze foreign assets during geopolitical emergencies. No president had ever used it to impose tariffs. Canada retaliated immediately, 25% on 30 billion Canadian dollars of American exports. 125 billion more announced within 3 weeks. March 12th, full 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum went global, and in exemptions for allied nations. These were imposed under Section 232, National Security Authority. These tariffs actually survived the Supreme Court's ruling and remain in effect. Then came April 2nd. The president declared a national state of emergency over trade deficits and announced reciprocal tariffs on 57 countries. 10% of the UK, 27% on the EU, 24% on Japan, 46% on Vietnam, and on China, 34% on top of everything, bringing the total above 50%. These were all IEEPA tariffs, and as of that Friday morning, they're all illegal. The market reaction was among worst in history. $6.6 trillion in market capitalization erased in 2 trading days. The VIX spiked to nearly 60. On April 9th, facing the meltdown, the president...
And this is the exact days I was talking about, where that guy was put. Now you having the VIX that high. It's usually a buying opportunity by selling your puts.
Paused the highest rates for 90 days. The S&P 500 surged 9.5%, its best day in 17 years. From May through December, the administration pivoted to negotiation, and the results were real. A Geneva truce with China slashed reciprocal tariffs by 115 percentage points on each side. The EU deal committed $600 billion in investments, $750 billion in energy purchases, and 40 billion euros in AI chips, in exchange for a 15% tariff rate. Japan committed $550 billion. South Korea, $350 billion. Indonesia agreed to eliminate 99% of tariff barriers. China committed 25 million tons of U.S. soybeans over 3 years and suspended rare earth export controls. Historic concessions extracted through tariff leverage. But here's the problem as of the Supreme Court decision. Every one of these deals was negotiated under specific IEEPA tariff rates. Those rates no longer exist. The replacement, 10% under Section 122, is lower and temporary. Trading partners may reconsider their commitments. On July 4th, the One Big Beautiful Act became law, permanently extending the 27 tax cuts, eliminated taxes on tips and overtime, raised the SALT cap to $40,000, boosted the child tax credit, funded defense and border enforcement, and cut Medicaid 12%. The CBO projected it would add $4.1 trillion to the deficit over a decade. Tariff revenue was supposed to offset most of that. IEEPA tariffs generated roughly $133 billion, about 60% of all tariff revenue. That stream is now severed. Before the ruling came down, here's where things stood after 1 year of the most aggressive tariff regime since the 1930s. Full year 2025 GDP came in at an estimated 2.3 to 2.7%. It's solid. The economy did not collapse. Recession predictions that surged to 40% probability after Liberation Day did not materialize. But the composition was distorted by tariff front-loading. Business
Yeah, back then there was like a lot of concern about recession happening because of these extreme tariffs.
Panic imported in Q1, subtracting 5 points from GDP. When imports fell in Q2, net exports added 5 points back, an accounting artifact, not organic strength. In Q4, the numbers released the morning the Supreme Court decision came in at just 1.4%, well below forecasts. The number was brutal. Revised BLS data showed just 181,000 net new jobs for the entire year, down from the originally reported 584,000. That's 15,000 a month. And manufacturing was the essential pitch, quote, bringing manufacturing roaring back, unquote. The data said the opposite. Manufacturing employment fell in 8 consecutive months, shedding 68 to 180,000 jobs. The ISM manufacturing PMI averaged 48.9, which is
There is some foreshadowing there that people are voted for this because the way Trump was sitting, he said, bring back manufacturing jobs in the United States. That's the reason for his tariffs. But the thing is, he tried this track record in his first time, where he's come out with the idea that you linked manufacturing jobs to mess up. The numbers said it actually declined. So, yeah, history repeats itself. I had a bias that it would just happen again and tell people not to vote for him, and then this way it happened again.
80% of manufacturers reported paying tariffs on imported inputs. Massive investment announcements were made. TSMC pledged $165 billion, Apple committed $100 billion, but these are mostly paper commitments. Very few translated into operating factories or hired workers within the year. This subject matter can be hard to digest, but for most Americans, their personal financial situation is the hardest subject to approach and manage, but with the Dollarwise budgeting app, you can finally take control.
Not even countries are sometimes incapable of understanding these numbers. That's why they make poor decisions around them. It maybe comes to good budgeting app.
And since there's a free trial, you can see for yourself, get a full picture, automate your budget, get powerful insights, and set real goals that change your life. Download Dollarwise or go to dollarwise.com. And then the full year 2025 trade deficit was $901.5 billion, down just $2.1 billion from 2024. The goods-only deficit widened to a record $1.24 trillion. The deficit with China narrowed 32%, but deficits with Mexico, Vietnam, and the EU all widened. Trade rerouted. It didn't shrink. And then fiscal year 2025 tariff revenue hit roughly $195 to $200 billion, an increase of over 150%. Calendar year revenue reached $264 billion. The Supreme Court ruling erases nearly 3/4 of that projected revenue. IEEPA tariffs would have raised
And like I said, the reason why part of the reason I was Concord recent is because he actually does have to refund companies. Like it even showed up by Ford's balance sheet last earnings report. That's why it went up to $13 a share really, because its outstanding beat was from these refunds.
$1.4 trillion from 2026 through 2035. That's gone. The Section 232 tariffs that survive an estimated $635 billion over the next decade and cost households about $400 in 2026. But the gap between what was promised and what remains is enormous. Then 90% of every tariff dollar was paid by American businesses and
So these refunds that they're talking about is no joke. They're actually showing up on business balance sheets.
consumers, confirmed by the New York Fed. The Yale Budget Lab calculated all 2025 tariffs raised the overall price level by 2.3%. With IEEPA tariffs removed, the burden falls to roughly $600 and $800. The Tax Foundation's Erica York cautioned today that prices won't fall overnight. Many companies absorb tariff costs rather than passing them through. The damage is already backed into supply chains, contracts, and inventory. U.S. agricultural exports to China plummeted 73%, $6.8 billion gone. China didn't purchase a single cargo of new crop U.S. soybeans for the 2025-2026 season, the first time in 20 years. Retaliatory tariffs hit 71.5% on soybeans.
other thing people really miss about supporting these tariffs is that these countries are gonna find different trading partners for their goods. Like, I think soybeans is coming from Brazil for China. They'll be doing from Brazil now. And trying to get that business back is gonna be really hard. So these tariffs actually just shoot the United States in the foot in the long time.
74% on cotton. Beef exports fell over 90%. The USDA projected a $47 billion agricultural trade deficit. The administration authorized a $12 billion farmer bridge assistance program, but the deeper wound is permanent market loss. China shifted sourcing to Brazil. One farmer who spoke to NBC News after the ruling said he felt, quote, immediate relief, unquote. John Boyd, president of the National Black Farmers Association, called it a personal victory. $85 billion in annual tariff costs fell on small firms. 67% reported being directly impacted. These businesses pay duties up front at customs, weeks or months before getting paid by customers. The cash flow crisis was severe. The refund process could take years. The Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum, 50%, remain, but the 25% tariff on imported vehicles from most countries was IEEPA. It struck down. GM faced $4 to $5 billion in tariff costs. Ford absorbed $3 billion. Toyota reported a $3.
See, I actually didn't know he went into this, but yeah, Ford got refunded. I'm very invested in Ford and keeping track of them. They actually had the refunds on their balance sheet.
$1 billion quarterly profit decline. The S&P 500 returned 17.9% in 2025. The April crash erased $6.6 trillion in 2 days, but the market recovered all losses in 55 trading days. The ruling's reaction? Modest gains overall, while retail stocks exploded. Floor & Decor, Crocs, Victoria's Secret, Dollar Tree, all surging 3 to 6%. The dollar declined 10.7% in the first half of 2025, the worst in over 50 years. Gold surged past $3,300 per ounce. 44% of 88 central banks surveyed cited U.S. protectionist policies as their number one risk. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the majority opinion, joined by Gorsuch, both Trump appointees, along with 3 liberal judges, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. Roberts wrote that IEEPA, quote, contains no reference to tariffs or duties, unquote. He noted that it was, quote, telling, unquote, that in IEEPA's half-century of existence, no president had ever invoked it for tariffs, quote, let alone tariffs of this magnitude and scope, unquote. He wrote that the farmers, quote, did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. Roberts applied the major questions doctrine, the same principle used to strike down Biden's student loan forgiveness, holding that Congress must explicitly authorize policies with sweeping nationwide impact. Notably, the 3 liberal justices agreed that the tariffs were illegal but declined to join the major questions reasoning, saying ordinary statutory interpretation was sufficient. Justice Kavanaugh, in dissent, said he firmly disagreed, but he also noted that the ruling, quote, might not prevent presidents from imposing most, if not all, of these same sort of tariffs under the other statutory authorities. Justice Thomas argued the court had long given presidents broad discretion in trade. The ruling was narrow in one sense. It only strikes down IEEPA tariffs. Section 232 tariffs survive. Section 301 tariffs from the first term survive. But in practical terms, the ruling eliminates the legal basis for roughly 60% of all tariff revenue. 4 hours after the ruling, the president took the podium. He called the decision, quote, deeply disappointing and a disgrace. He said he was, quote, absolutely ashamed of certain justices, specifically signaling out Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett, both of them whom he appointed. I think their decision was terrible, he said. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The 2 of them. When asked whether the justices who ruled against him would still be invited,
it's one thing to disagree with a court ruling like that. It's another thing to try to attack them personally like that. I really do not like that at all. The way you worded that emotional manipulation. That is really unprofessional.
to Tuesday's State of the Union address, the president replied, barely. He praised the 3 dissenters, Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh, with particular warmth for Kavanaugh, calling his dissent genius. Then came the counterpunch. Today,
stuff like this undermines the idea of checks and balances.
I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged, the president said. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. He framed the pivot as an improvement. Now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction I should have gone the first time. He called the new approach even stronger than our original choice. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated the administration would, quote, invoke alternative legal authorities, including Sections 232 and 301, and that a Treasury Department estimate found that these authorities would result in, quote, virtually unchanged tariff revenue in 2026. On refunds, the president was blunt. The Supreme Court's opinion did not establish a refund process. I guess it has to be litigated for the next 2 years, he said. When pressed on whether he planned to honor refunds, he told reporters, quote, I just told you the answer, right? Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974 was designed for balance of payments emergencies. It allows a temporary import surcharge of up to 15% for up to 150 days. No investigation required. It has never been used, not once. The president just invoked it for the first time in history to impose a 10% global tariff effective next week. But there are constraints. 15% is the ceiling. Compare that to the old regime, where China's specific rates exceed 50%. 10% is meaningfully lower, and unless Congress votes to extend it, the tariff expires after 150 days, roughly mid-July. If Congress doesn't act, the tariff simply disappears. The president also announced a new Section 301 investigation.
I actually haven't looked at updates on this, but guess what day it is? Mid-July. I wonder what's gonna happen in this week. But yeah, like he's explained, joint tariffs through that has very limited longevity. So the tariff works continue. It sounds like a plan.
This is the statute Trump used heavily in his first term against China. There are no limits on the size of 301 tariffs. They expire after 4 years. The catch, the U.S. Trade Representative, the USTR, must conduct a formal investigation and typically hold a public hearing before imposing duties. That takes months, and undertaking dozens of individual investigations against dozens of countries would be, quote, a laborious process. Section 232, national security tariffs, is the firmest legal ground. It was used for the steel, aluminum, copper, lumber, and parts of the auto tariffs. These all survived the Supreme Court's ruling. The administration is already conducting 12 Section 232 investigations on various products, including semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. But each investigation can take up to 270 days. The old IEEPA regime was a single tool, fast, unlimited, and sweeping. The replacement is a patchwork. Section 121 for the quick global floor, 301 investigations for country-specific rates later, 232 for product categories. Each has different caps, timelines, and vulnerabilities. The effective tariff rate, which stood at roughly 17% before the Supreme Court ruled, will likely fall to around 9 to 10% while the administration rebuilds. The Tax Foundation estimates the surviving Section 232 tariffs alone will still cost households about $400 in 2026, but that's down from nearly $1,300 before the ruling. For consumers, this is meaningful relief, at least in the short term. Now, the political reaction is split, and not along the lines you might expect. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky welcomed the ruling. Quote, in defense of our republic, the Supreme Court struck down using emergency powers to enact taxes. This ruling will also prevent a future president, such as AOC, from using emergency powers to enact socialism. Take a moment and get some free, easy money. With a Chime checking account and my link, you can get $350 when you set up direct deposit and pair that with a nation-leading high-yield savings rate. There's literally no reason not to sign up right now. Chime.com/Caleb or link in the description below. Representative Bacon of Nebraska was even more direct. Quote, the Constitution's checks and balances still work. Article 1 gives tariff authority to Congress. I feel vindicated, as I have been saying this for the last 12 months. Broad-based tariffs are bad economics. On the other side, Representative Buddy Carter of Georgia slammed the decision. Quote, the Supreme Court just undercut the president's ability to defend American workers. I'm outraged by this decision. It's clearly judicial overreach. House Speaker Mike Johnson split the difference, saying Congress and the administration.
And just like we covered earlier, it's really helping Americans get more manufacturing jobs when they just keep on dropping anyways. So what's it really achieving? It's just basically a more tax to the American people.
Would determine the best path forward in the coming weeks. For the Democrats, Senator Elizabeth Warren said Americans should, quote, get their money back. Representative Richard Neal, ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, called it, quote, a victory for the American people, the rule of law, and our standing in the global economy. On the business side, the National Retail Federation, the NRF, issued a statement within minutes calling the ruling a provider of, quote, much-needed certainty. They urged the lower court to ensure a seamless refund process and called the refunds an economic boost. Small business owners were personal. The CEO of Terry Precision Cycling in Vermont said, quote, the stakes were monumental and the rule of law won. Among Republicans, 71% approve. Among Democrats, 93% disapprove. The critical swing, independent voters opposed tariffs 82% to 18% per Fox News polling. 75% of Americans, including 56% of Republicans, told Brookings they believe tariffs raise prices. Only 14% support additional tariffs.
'Cause they do.
Consumer confidence cratered over the past year. The University of Michigan Sentiment Index fell roughly 25%.
Those numbers, that Michigan sentiment number, usually comes out on Fridays, and it's wondering why it's quite a coincidence that Fridays lately have been down days for the markets, and I wonder if that has anything to do with it. But yeah, the Michigan sentiment number comes around like 10 a.m. in the morning on Fridays.
China's share of U.S. imports fell below 10%. That decoupling is real,
Mondays, Fridays,
but China adapted. Sales to Africa surged 26%, Southeast Asia 14%, Latin America 7%. China's global trade surplus surpassed $1 trillion for the first time. The question now, does the ruling give China leverage to renegotiate? The soybean commitments, the rare earth concessions, all tied to a tariff structure that no longer exists. Every framework deal, the EU's $600 billion, Japan's $550 billion, South Korea's $350 billion, was negotiated under specific IEEPA rates. Those rates are gone. And the EU has already paused ratification over the Greenland dispute. ING's trade team warned Europe should not be mistaken, this ruling will not bring relief. They predict the administration will use sections 301 and 232 to target European sectors, and the impact could be, quote, identical or worse. And the dollar's 10.7% decline in the first half of 2025 was the worst in over 50 years. Central banks are diversifying reserves. The ruling could actually help the dollar in the medium term. It reasserts rule of law. But the short-term uncertainty extends the policy chaos that weakened it in the first place. The Section 122's tariffs start the week after the Supreme Court ruling and expires in roughly 150 days, mid-July. That gives the administration 5 months to build replacement tariffs under other authorities or convince Congress to extend it. If they do neither, the tariff vanishes. And with midterm elections looming and tariff approval among independents at just 18%, the political math for congressional action is ugly. The Supreme Court's opinion did not establish a refund process. The president suggested refunds would need to be litigated for 2 years, but the Court of International Trade, the CIT, had already stayed nearly 1,000 refund cases. Those stays will now be lifted. Penn Warren estimates total refund liability at $175 billion. Processing 34 million entries across 301,000 imports could take years. By the time you're watching this, the president has already delivered his first State of the Union, which is 4 days from the recording of this video. And this was supposed to be a victory lap. Instead, it's now a platform to explain a Supreme Court loss and frame the next chapter. So were Trump's tariffs a success or failure? As a mechanism for generating leverage, they succeeded. Real concessions were extracted from allies and adversaries. That pre-tariff diplomacy never delivered. Trillions in investment commitments, soybean purchases, rare earth deals. Whether those commitments survived the legal earthquake is an open question, but the leverage was real while it lasted. As a revenue tool, they succeeded immensely. Until they didn't. $264 billion in calendar year 2025. But the Tax Foundation estimates the ruling erases nearly 3/4 of projected future tariff revenue. As a tool for reshoring manufacturing, they failed. 180,000 factory jobs lost. 8 consecutive months of decline.
You see what I mean? What I was referring to earlier? That these tariffs did nothing to help create this talking point for the tariffs. We're gonna bring back jobs, but they didn't. then it doesn't wait.
The tool for reducing the trade deficit, they failed. 901 billion, essentially unchanged. As a tool for protecting consumers, they failed by design. 90% of every tariff dollar was paid domestically. In the honest verdict, the tariffs worked as a geopolitical weapon and failed as an economic policy. That distinction always mattered, and as of the Supreme Court ruling, the weapon has been downgraded from unlimited strike capability to a 10% temporary surcharge with a 155-day shelf life. The economy proved more resilient than feared. AI investment, Federal Reserve rate cuts, the administration's own willingness to pause and negotiate all cushioned the blow, but the costs were real. The farmers who lost their markets, the small businesses that bled cash, the factory workers who lost jobs, the consumers who paid more for everything. What happens next depends on Congress, the courts, and the administration's ability to rebuild on firmer legal ground, and whether trading partners honor commitments made under a regime that no longer exists. But the era of tariff by emergency is over. 6 justices made that clear. But as the president demonstrated within 4 hours of the ruling, the era of tariffs is not. The tools have changed, the constraints are tighter, the clock is ticking, and the most consequential trade debate in a generation just moved from the Oval Office.
So what do you think about that one? So basically, the tariffs were going by showboating, controlling some slow negotiations that never happened before, but they were held from an economic standpoint. This is why I always say, oh my god, the tariffs and it's holding the world economy hostage for. There you go. I'm like so that show the final patient. Nah. Here's the thing, you might be missing the line turn damages. Those can pose as well. I directly touched on this concept earlier. What ends up happening is, like how he used China soybeans. They're not buying United States soybeans anymore because of it. They're getting some Brazil. So, how are you gonna get those trading partners back because of these tariffs? Well, you get some strong negotiation, but you're still not gonna get your customers back for some things. Baby park music. I like baby park music. But yeah, it just shows you how resilient the economy is despite this thing. But on the other hand is, are we technically in a recession? You see all this money flowing around, but I wonder if you ever thought of this.
After 40 years of investing, I've learned that the riskiest moment in any market is never the one that feels the most dangerous. It's never the actual crash or the scary headline, because by the time those arrive, the money's already long gone. The truly risky moment is the one that feels like a party, when everyone around you is celebrating and getting so rich that you feel stupid for being cautious. And I think we could be standing in one of those moments right now. Because behind the celebration, the definition of a safe investment is being rewritten without your permission. And the bill for this...
So he's gonna explain, what is actually driving the stock market up, and, the true risk that's going wrong right now. And it kind of touches on what I've been saying for last week about why I focus on medical biotech.
This whole AI bubble is about to land on the people who don't even know they're holding it. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly what's happening, why it's happening, and most importantly, how to make sure you're not the one left holding the bag right at the top of the bubble. Imagine you're at a party, the music's great, everyone's having the time of their lives, and then you notice the people who own the house, the ones who actually know what's going on, are slipping out the back door and calling cabs. They're smiling, telling you to stay, have another drink, the night is young. All the while, they're leaving. To me, that raises the question, what do they know that I don't? And that's exactly what I'm watching in the AI world right now. SpaceX going public on the stock market has brought a lot of attention to the AI world, but more than 6...
I'm gonna show you something. Look here. So, remember what I talked about Oracle? About not buying it at 140 or 141? Look at now. Where's the time? No, it's not here. Where are you? Look where Intel was. Just by a couple weeks ago. So it think around summer or so $130. Yeah. 702 start of this month was $131. Gotta look at it. There's some 115 spikes. There's not 115. Yesterday, this thing, this morning in pre-market. So who's to me? Cheap. So we can do SpaceX. We can check out SpaceX. A couple days after IPO, this was 200 tons on there. $230. The thing is, I actually almost bought a $5,000 put when I was around PSW actually. Where's the 214 spikes? This day actually, I just bought a $5,000 put right here. It's actually worth around $10,000 now. It's about double. $5 million amount. So I can actually show you the credit pass actually looking in SpaceX. We got I go for leaps. So actually laser was $5,000. Dang it, yeah. I think it's this one, so scroll down, please. Let me see. Oh, dang. It's worth $35 now. Maybe I just remembered, right? But this was an idea. I was looking to buy it mode. But yeah, this isn't right, but because of it, I might as well point out that one card was like $28. This is 60. This is probably one day. Anyways, unfortunately, I didn't buy it. Always other than possible. Definitely, if that's all the point is, the tech sector is taking a real hit. Ooh, maybe watch the list. No, there's that. Go to game. So yeah, there's a nice bottom there, and a third. Like rally design, but it's far from the tops. This is the overall tech average. That's the way you look at from the Nasdaq. And the Nasdaq has force of buying into SpaceX. And I think she talks about that. Not the forced buying, but how like retirements are forcing to buy.
100 current and former OpenAI employees sold roughly $6.6 billion worth of their own stock on the private market. Yes, I said 6.6 billion with a B. These are the engineers, the early employees, the people on the inside who can see the actual numbers from behind the curtain.
So,
and they sold a fortune of it to
SpaceX IPO was
investors.
exit
Now, when the
liquidity
people
for
who
some
built the thing are
insiders.
cashing out their chips and handing stock to strangers, who exactly do you think those strangers are? Because somebody has to be on the other side of what the insiders are selling. And it's worth asking whether that somebody is eventually going to be you. Because it isn't just SpaceX. OpenAI is lining up to go public later this year, and so is Anthropic, both at valuations rumoured to be near $1 trillion each. All of these companies, the crown jewels of the artificial intelligence revolution, if you will, suddenly racing for the exit of the private market and into the public one at the exact same moment. And when a whole wave of companies rushes to issue shares at the same time near the top of a boom, it's very often been a warning sign. The research firm Capital Economics put it well. A sudden surge in companies issuing new shares has historically signalled that the end of an equity boom is months away. It's not a guarantee, but it is a pattern that has shown up again and again. But I do want to be fair here because I always try.
So think about this. Some big money. So you gotta get money to buy these new IPOs, and somehow, like you gotta buy this $1 trillion valuation of SpaceX, or this $1 trillion valuation of OpenAI, or Anthropic, or whatever. That money's gotta come from somewhere. It doesn't just magically appear. You gotta sell some Apple or something. Yeah, sell something to buy something else.
To be This is not proof of a scam. SpaceX is a real company that launches real rockets, and OpenAI has real revenue and a product that hundreds of millions of people actually use. The insiders selling might just be ordinary people who worked hard for a decade and want to finally buy a house or take some chips off the table. That's just being human and completely normal. But an honest seller cashing out and a smart insider quietly heading for the door at the top of a bubble can look absolutely identical from the outside. The only way to really tell the difference between the two is to stop watching the celebration and start following the money. To fully understand why this particular moment is different from every other scary headline you've rightly ignored for the last 3 years, you first need to understand a magic trick that's been running underneath this entire boom since the beginning. We often talk about the stock market as if it's some giant vault of money, but in reality, it's just a confidence machine that runs on agreement, belief, and the price of the last trade. A company can gain $1 trillion of value without a single extra $1 trillion actually existing anywhere on the planet. It works this way because a company has, let's say, 1 billion shares, and if someone buys just one of those shares at a higher price than the last person paid, every single other share gets repriced upwards to match. On paper, the company is suddenly worth a lot more money. But did a lot of money actually exchange hands? Absolutely not. A simple way to picture it would be to think about the houses on your street. Imagine the place 3 doors down sells for a record price and way more than anyone expected. Suddenly, every homeowner on that
This is how stock market, what do you call it, snowball effect starts. Someone buys something at a certain price and they're like, oh my god, that stock's gonna be the next Amazon or the next Tesla or something like this. We need to buy it. And then someone else is like, we're buying it because that person's buying it. And then someone else is like, but that person's buying it, so we're gonna buy it. And this depends how endless can say the buying, that's what pushes the price up, and sometimes artificially. And I really, in my view, it's exactly what happened to SpaceX. I kept on telling people on Twitter and stuff, don't buy SpaceX right out of IPO because, historically speaking, some point, stocks trade under their IPO price. And I said this on day one, actually. Day one went to like 180, 190. I'm like, be careful, very careful. Very careful, it's gonna sell under IP price, it's gonna sell under IPO price, be really careful. I said this like pretty much every single day before and after IPO, like a couple days before too. And look at now, it's under IPO price. It repeated every other IPO and near existent. It repeated it. It achieved it. It went under IPO. Already. You gotta remember, this one fun. The IPO price was actually 135. It actually opened at like 150 or so. Pre-tap, it was bouncing up and down. It went up to like 170, and it kept on trickling down to 150 or so, and shot up. And then like a couple days later, it was $225 or whatever. And like and then like I was saying, so take yours. Yeah, this day specifically, or went up to 214. I was watching put prices and strongly had urge to buy put here. I was saying, but yes, that's basically what drives stock market. Buying and selling. Speculation.
That street feels richer because the
We're
estate
buying
agents
because
will
the
tell you
next
the
guy
whole
buying.
street is now worth more. And in a sense it is. But notice how nobody handed you or your neighbours a cheque. Everyone just feels wealthier because of the price of somebody else's house. The wealth is real and kind of unreal at the same time. It exists for now, right up until everybody tries to sell at once, and then they find out what the street is actually worth. That right there is what we...
The other thing is, I don't think he touches on this concept. Plus, everyone sells at once. It's basically a bank run effect, and you're basically selling under price at that point, because everyone's selling at once. So like, oh my God, panic's here, blood in the streets, the world's getting, we need sell. Man, I'm just selling undervalue.
AI market has been doing for the last 3 years. The value has been belief, marked to the price of the last trade. For 3 years, this AI boom never once had to prove that anyone would actually pay up. It only had to be believed in for the price to go up, which in all fairness did work a treat. But starting this month with the wave of giant AI public listings, the boom doesn't just have to be believed in, it had to be funded by real investors with real money. That's the line we've just stepped across. So naturally, the question changes. It stops being, do people believe in AI? Because clearly we do. And becomes, is there actually enough real cash sitting in the system to pay for everything that everybody believes? And when you sit down to add up the bill in real dollars, they have to come from somewhere. I've got to be honest, it's worse than I expected.
Kind of.
Let's start with the IPOs themselves. SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic are expected.
That concept is more like swording his backs. The idea behind parallel universes. So how that goes is you don't know. The box has box strips of wire, and it could cause the atom to split in order to stay intact, to cause the poison to be released. In some parallel universe, the cat is dead. In other universe, it's alive. So it's both alive and dead until you actually observe it. The thing with that is, it does exist if there's no like if everyone sold slowly, like a person sells their house and then it's actually sold and someone else buys it, living in it or whatever, and then the next person's like, yeah, I need to move out for whatever reason, and they sell it and they wait, and everyone else has their houses, they're not selling at all, and eventually it sells because there's no panic. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with putting it that way, because it's more like it can exist, just as long as there's no overselling at the same time. Like if everyone sells at the same time, let's go and drive prices lower, just because of the supply outweighing demand. So it exists and not existing at the same time. It just depends on the situation. The lower prices from everyone selling, it happens because everyone's selling. So the higher value does exist, so long as no one selling, as long as not, that's so long as everyone's not selling at the same time, straining the supply.
To raise somewhere in the region of $200 billion when they all go public.
that actually goes with the point is IPOs. Having all these IPOs this year is actually if you think about it, it's actually a strain on the overall money supply, because that money, people that want to buy in these new companies, that money has to come from somewhere, and it's gonna come from selling something. So
That would be a record-breaking year for new listings. But that money has to actually come from somewhere. And that somewhere is real investors moving billions of dollars into these companies, buying their shares and providing the capital they need. But that's the small bit, the appetizer if you like. Because sitting behind the IPOs is the real monster, which is the data centers, chips and power stations needed to actually run all this artificial intelligence. Let me walk you through the numbers, because they're almost hard to believe. For 2026 alone, the biggest cloud companies are committing well over 700 billion in capital spending. But I get that sounds made up, so let's break it down even further. Amazon around 200 billion. Alphabet somewhere between 175 and 185 billion. Meta between 115 and 135.
to me, people get desensitized on what this actually means, because they're like, oh my god, $1 billion here, $1 billion here, $100 billion. What does this even mean anymore? Everyone's just throwing billions of dollars around. And so people end up being desensitized to all these big numbers.
Billion, Microsoft 190 billion, and Oracle around 50 billion. That's nearly double what they spent last year, and if we now put the two bills together, that's hundreds of billions to fund the new public companies, and hundreds of billions more to build the infrastructure. That's the better part of $1 trillion of real cash that this industry needs to find just to keep the engine running at full speed. So you might be thinking, where does all this money actually come from? And that's the thing. There's no secret reservoir of fresh money just sitting there waiting to be poured into AI. For investors to buy hundreds of billions of dollars of new AI shares, they have to free up the cash first. And to do that, you have to sell something you already own. So you sell some Apple, some Tesla, some Microsoft, and maybe even a slice of your index funds. Essentially, the money to buy the new winners has to come, in large part at least, from selling the old winners. Think about that for a second. The AI boom has grown so large that it has to cannibalize itself just to feed itself. That's not a growing pie where everybody gets a bigger.
This is why I keep on repeating, I want to stay away from tech. I want to stay away from tech. Like, I completely want to stay away from tech, because usually, when someone's like you even see on this chart for Intel or SpaceX, like usually when you have a tech investment, you rotate into it something else tech related. Now you usually keep your money in the general same sector. So if you have $100,000 of Intel, you might sell $50,000 and put the other $50,000 in the AI ChatGPT at IPO or something.
Right, that's essentially a game of musical chairs. And right now, a record number of players have all stood up at the exact same time, preaching for the same chair. Maybe demand for these shares is so colossal that the whole thing just gets absorbed without anybody really feeling it. Maybe there's enough money sloshing around the world to soak it all up, but what I want you to notice is that even inside the bull case, which is the best possible version of events, it still requires people to sell an absolute fortune of existing stock to make room for the new stuff. So the question becomes, who's going to be the one selling and who's going to be the one buying at these insane prices? That's really where this whole thing gets clever, because let's be honest, the industry isn't naive. They know the cash problem is real, and so over the last couple of years, they've been building two solutions, and it's so genius, I almost admire it. Okay, so let me show you the first solution.
So basically, markets have a nasty habit of pricing in all these different risks. So they're not gonna be thrilled of overbuying these companies when they know it's a failure. Probably try why you see SpaceX doing what I just showed you. SpaceX is actually technically not possibly a company. So you're gonna have some kind of trimming to trim loss at risk. Some markets do have a nasty habit of pricing in risk. So as the market knows that these assets are risky, they're not able to sell as much as many shares as they want. So their solution was going to the NASDAQ and partitioning rule changes, so they have to be incorporated in the NASDAQ.
Because it's brilliant. The way a magic trick is, right up until you spot how it's done. Nvidia, the chip company, invests around $30 billion into OpenAI. So far,
oh, this says, well, this is another problem with why there's a so-called bad roads. People have an issue with the
pretty
problem.
straightforward. OpenAI, now backed by that cash and billions more, commits enormous sums to buying computing power. Roughly 300 billion with Oracle, 90 billion with AMD, and 38 billion with Amazon's cloud infrastructure. Eye-watering amounts of money, all spent on the computing capacity needed to train and run AI models. But what do Oracle, AMD, and Amazon do with a significant portion of that money? Well, they buy chips. And right now, the most sought after AI chips in the world come from Nvidia. And just like magic, the money circles back. It's a powerful flywheel. Invest in the companies driving AI chips. And right now,
So Nvidia invests money into like OpenAI, and then OpenAI invests their money into these other companies, and then these other companies need to buy chips, and buy chips comes from Nvidia, which allows them to invest more money to OpenAI, and everyone gets to display all this new revenue on their balance sheets, while it's just the same money just keep going in this huge circle.
the most sought after AI chips in the world come from Nvidia. And just like magic, the money circles back. It's a powerful flywheel. Invest in the companies driving AI demand, then benefit again when that demand ultimately comes back to your products. Do you see what I'm seeing? The money goes in a circle, and every single lap of that circle pumps AI valuations up a little higher. It's a closed loop, and it's been spinning perfectly for a couple of years now. I've even spoken about it before on my other channel. But let me be fair, because there is a genuine argument on the other side of this. The companies themselves call this a virtuous circle, and they're not entirely wrong. You see, by committing all this money up front, they lock in a scarce supply. They guarantee themselves the chips, the builders, and the customers all at once, in a world where everyone's fighting over the same limited resources. So while it is all smoke and mirrors, there is also a real strategy to it. But there is a pretty big vulnerability here, because a closed loop of money that pays itself can look exactly like roaring growth for a very, very long time. Even long after real outside demand has actually stalled. As long as the money keeps circling between the same handful of insiders, the numbers keep going up and everyone stays happy. The loop works perfectly until the moment it needs fresh cash from outside the circle to keep it spinning. And what do you think this wave of IPOs actually is? Well, I'll tell you. Exactly that moment. For the first time, the circle is reaching outside of itself and opening a door to the public market, asking you to put money in. Which brings us to the second solution. And honestly, this one is incredibly important for everyday investors like you and me, because the AI industry doesn't just need to find new buyers for all this stock, as plenty of people will willingly buy. What they really need is a way to force people to buy without even realizing it. And it turns out those false buyers might actually be you. This part literally stopped me in my tracks when I really understood it. And a lot of great YouTubers like Damien Talks Money have already covered it. But I think it's worth discussing as it has a direct impact on your money, investment strategy, and overall financial future. Almost everyone in the world, including probably you,
This is why I actually want to broadcast this specific point to people, because ideally I want to reach a higher audience and just inform people what's exactly going on and what they should be aware of. See, these forced buying is always specific, basically specific ETFs. Like you have to have it actually on the NASDAQ. But here we get into it, why it goes into the SPY. But this doesn't actually affect the SPY.
Index funds are the safe, sensible, grown-up investing choice. Just buy the market. Don't try to be a hero. Don't pick stocks. Just put your money in a nice, boring index fund that owns a little slice of everything, and you'll be protected from exactly this kind of wild AI speculation. That is the single most repeated piece of investing advice ever, including from me, and honestly, it's been great advice. But what you need to understand is that an index isn't actually the market. An index is a list, and that list is created and edited by companies like Vanguard, MSCI, NASDAQ, and more. These are businesses that compete with one another, and they make their money by staying relevant and having as many customers as possible track and invest in their list, or in other words, index. And to stay relevant in a world where the most exciting companies are these giant new AI listings, several of them just rewrote their own rules. So let me show you how the rules have changed, because that, in a nutshell, is where the worry lives. Normally, when a brand new company goes public, it has to wait. It has to sit in the market for months, sometimes a full year, before it's allowed to join a major index. And that waiting period exists for a very good reason, because it gives the wild opening price time to calm down and find something closer to reality. It's kind of like a cooling off period, and it gives the market time for the hype to settle to a more normal baseline. But not anymore. NASDAQ changed its rules so a giant new company can get...
But yeah, look at Oracle, for example, like I've been saying. Recently. The reason why it's doing this is because ever since here, like around here, the start off, it was found out their earnings, especially here, this gap down. They're like, oh, we beat earnings, but we're spending a whole bunch of money on data centers, rental, or whatever. And that's back around $200. And they're like, and the market's like, I don't think you're gonna be able to profit off this new debt. I don't think you're gonna be profit off this new debt. I don't think you're gonna be profiting on this new debt. I don't think you're gonna be profiting on this new debt. That's why, look how long the sell-off went. This is a long time trying to equilibrium price. I don't think you're gonna recuperate money from your debt. Well, maybe right now you're not gonna recuperate that money. So it's been straight sell-off from them releasing this news since I report about this debt. So that's what he's talking about giving markets time on these new IPOs, because they basically have to prove themselves to be a company. Like, well, going back to SpaceX. This company is all hype. It actually does not generate profit. It's actually in deficit. It's like, it brings in, it's something like, it brings in $4 billion of revenue, but its expenditures is $8 billion. So that's why I mean it's negative. It's actually not a positive because it has $8 billion in expenses. So this is what he's referring to about having the markets actually having real time to digest and how good these companies are, and if it's really worthy of a long-time investment. You need multiple data points. You need It's less hype to die down. Stuff like that. Does that make sense? That's why these waiting periods exist. That's why he's referring to. That's the point he's driving home with these waiting periods. That's why they exist. For these major indexes.
Fast-tracked in after just 15 trading days, and the Russell 1000 and CRSP went even further with as little as just 5 trading days. And they relaxed the rules about how much of the company needs to be available to trade. This means a brand new, wildly speculative, bare...
So another thing you can do to manipulate your stock price is you can only release a tiny bit of shares. And if you read the IPO paper for 3 cents, it was phenomenal. They wanted to release something like 3 or 4% of their market cap, and then along the way they have planned offerings. Basically, they're planning to sell more shares later on. So what ends up happening is you have a very, very tiny amount of your shares available. And an overhyped stock, people are like, we want to buy it, we want to buy it. And then once that hype kicks in, you can sell a bit more shares, and having that enthusiasm be your exit liquidity. Maybe like, you're basically trying to make people to pay for your stock just because of a small supply being offered. So that's why not only is there waiting period requirements, there's actually requirements of how much you have to offer compared to your market cap, and that's what he's referring to. You can't only absolute 5% of your. You can't only absolute 5% of your shares and be like, oh, yeah, what's that major index? So an example of this, to explain what this means is, say you buy a house, it's a $100,000 house, but you wanna split that cost among people because you can't afford $100,000 house yourself. So you give 100 shares to people. You can buy a share for $1,000. Yeah, you can buy a piece of my house for $1,000. So you basically offer 5 shares out, like 5%, and close off 5%. So you offer out $5,000 worth of your house out to the public. That's 5%. So that's what he's referring to about limitations of how much you need to offer out. So if you only offer out 5% of your house, people will be like, oh my god, there's only this much available shares, we need to buy it because it'll probably be worse later, and then any share ends up going to $10,000 or $15,000, even though the house is only worth $1,000. Right now, still, even though the share itself is only supposed to be worth $1,000 because the house is worth $100,000, the demand for the shares themselves outpace the actual value of the thing, and people are spending $5,000 or $10,000 on these shares just because of the low supply. So that's how you can manipulate prices like that. That's why they have requirements of what you can supply for them to be listed in these major funds, these major indexes.
Tested stock can land inside your boring, sensible index fund almost immediately, right at its most high, overinflated price.
Does that make sense of how I explained it? I quite simplified it on what he's talking about with these market supply.
A According to estimates from Bloomberg Intelligence, index funds could be forced to absorb something like 19% of SpaceX's available public shares just for the S&P style funds, and another 24% or so for the Russell and Nasdaq funds. But let me give credit where credit is clearly due. Not everyone caved, and on June the 4th, S&P Dow Jones indices held the line. They had every opportunity to weaken their rules.
So basically, NASDAQ-based funds are bending to these rules to letting these IPOs do what they want. But stuff like S&P 500, they were not having it. That's why I recommend the S&P 500 more than like NASDAQ-based ETFs, because they were saying no, you have to be in existence for a year.
And let SpaceX in early, and they said no by keeping their 12-month waiting time, which in my opinion was a great move. But the problem is, not all of them held firm, and tens of millions of ordinary people hold Nasdaq and Russell funds without ever reading the rules that sit underneath them. This is the handoff. The insiders sell their stock, the index rules get changed in the background, and the speculative risk gets transferred automatically to the most conservative and trusted retirement accounts in the world.
So people involved in NASDAQ-based indexes or funds end up getting affected by this. But if your fund is S&P 500 based, which what I've been promoting, and they want nothing to do with it, and I think that's a better way. So that's why I side with those.
Told you were buying safety, but you might actually be buying the very top of the most risky moment in the AI bubble. But look, maybe it's all completely fine. Maybe what you're being handed is a rock-solid stock that's worth every penny. So let's take a look at the foundation underneath all of this and answer this question. Are the reported profits of these AI companies even real? I'm sure most of you have heard of.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon here, though. I'm glad to make it. We're talking about forced buying. Stocks like this stock right here. So, funds are actually forced to buy this stock that doesn't even make money. It's going down. So, here, yeah, I know it's earlier. It's almost afternoon here, though. We're 2 hours ahead of you.
Michael Burry, but if not, he's the investor who saw the 2008 housing crash coming when almost no one else did. Now, he's been wrong a few times since then, and he's pretty controversial, but still, I think
Few times is an understatement. Here, there's jokes, where he's like, Michael Burry predicted 2 of the last 40 recessions or something, because he took heavy losses often trying to predict bubbles or the top or whatever. So he's underplaying that a bit, but the point still stands. Michael Burry's statements on his logic.
he deserves to be heard. His argument is pretty interesting because on the surface it sounds almost a bit boring, but underneath it makes a lot of sense. And it all comes down to one accounting word: depreciation. When one of these giant cloud companies buys billions of dollars of AI chips, it doesn't count that cost in just 1 year. Instead, it spreads the cost over the number of years it expects the chips to be useful. On its own, that
I believe he's still short in a video from this. I don't think he closed that, but it's still an what do they call it? Unrealized loss. It's still unrealized loss, but this is why he shorted
sensible
it.
and just normal accounting. But Burry's point is that spreading the cost of these chips over 5 or 6 years doesn't make any sense because those chips don't actually stay competitive for very long. Now, in the real world, with how fast this technology is moving, a top chip might really only be cutting edge for 2 to 3 years before the next generation makes it look slow. So if the chip wears out competitively in 3 years, but you're pretending on paper that it lasts 6, then you're essentially undercounting your true costs. And if your costs look smaller than they are, then your profits also look bigger than they are. This might not sound like a lot, but what makes it a big deal is the scale. Burry estimates this accounting choice could be underestimating the industry's cost by roughly $176 billion between 20...
Let's see what you want them to do is that so, let's see where you sort them up. Lights on, realize walls. So this price right here on violating around 170. This is the round the twice he shorted it. So even though it went up to twice, you see it went down a little bit from here. Since he short right here, this is still a loss because you saw him down here, and then if you buy it, then yeah, that's a loss. So I'm pretty sure he's still in it as an unpriced loss. But what he's explaining right now is why he shorted.
26 in 2028, which would mean some of Wall Street's favourite earnings, the profits everyone is pricing these stocks off, could be overestimated by something like 20 to 30%. He pointed the finger specifically at Oracle, which he reckons could be overstating profit by around 27%, and Meta by around 21%. But I want to make it clear, this is just a thesis from somebody who has been right in a big way before, but also very wrong about a lot of things. This isn't a proven verdict, and there are plenty of very smart people who disagree with Burry. The companies have real revenue and the chips have real value. CNBC even said they can't independently confirm the practice, so I'm not sitting here telling you the books are cooked. I'm more so just floating the things I'm seeing by you so you can make your own decision. And if we're being honest, you don't need Michael Burry to be exactly right. You only need him to be slightly right. Because if he is even roughly correct, then the foundation underneath these record-breaking valuations is softer than the price is currently assuming. So let's stack the whole thing up so far.
See, that's the biggest point they used to drive home. Even if it's not a flung quote overvaluation, even if he's just a little bit right, then it still requires a price correction. Those issues isn't why I want to stay away from tech. I think generally speaking, they're overvalued. But you gotta remember, think about trains back in the day, or the dot-com bubble. These are real technologies that shaped the world and drove a lot of profits. But many companies end up going under. Or they are simply buying them when they're overvalued. People overestimate how much money they could actually drive in. Couple stocks or technology stocks buying those tops end up being overvalued and they corrected. So I wanna what is called preserving my capital and to stay away from all the risk, all these headwinds.
Insiders.
That's why I invest in money. Biotech.
Are selling, real cash is running short across the system. A circle of money is just paying itself over and over. Index rules change so that you become a forced buyer, and now there's a speculative question mark over whether the profits are even what they appear to be. Any single one of these on their own would be fine. It's not exactly worth losing sleep over, but all 5 of them lining up at exactly the same time, that's not a coincidence, and in my experience, that's what a bubble about to burst would look like. At this point, if you're anything like me, you're probably starting to think, hang on, is this just a dot-com bubble all over again? Is this whole AI thing a giant fraud that's about to be exposed? The answer is no. AI isn't fake, and it's...
Like I was explaining earlier in the week, Seeing on all cash is not exactly smart either because inflation devalues that. So you're still losing money holding cash too, so.
Definitely not a fraud, but strangely, that turns out to be the most dangerous part of this entire story. A lot of people naturally think when it comes to AI that if a technology is real, then investing in it must be safe. And it does make sense. I mean, if the thing is genuinely life-changing, then surely you can't lose by betting on it. But that's one of the most expensive and naive mistakes you can make, and history proves it again and again. So let me make this very clear. I'm not telling you AI is fake. In fact, I'm saying quite the opposite. AI is very real. It will completely change the world, and it's definitely here.
See, this is why I want to emphasize. I actually agree on this. That, like I said, it's probably comparable to the internet. You know, the internet's gonna be a new thing, and the internet's gonna bring more sources of way to make money, and it did. It did a great impact to change lives, and with the railroads way back when. But the thing is, we don't know how much revenue it has the ability to pull in, and we don't know if these current prices are worth that revenue. 'Cause I don't think they are.
Stay. But the greatest bubbles in all of financial history weren't built on lies. I mean, look at the railways back in the 1800s, for example. I was there. It was great times. The railways genuinely did connect the world and change civilization forever. But investing in them at the wrong moment still wiped people out. Look at the internet in the late 1990s. The internet did change everything, exactly like the believers said it would. But that bubble still destroyed huge amounts of personal...
It's not exactly a bubble, but you can even, classify cars into this as well. Let's go to a company I invest in. To redemonstrate this one. And go next. So, over here was one of the first cars, you know, they invented the, what do you call it? That streamlined that production. The, what's it called? I can't think of the name right now. What's the matter? The stock was much higher in the past, that's why I'm not playing this. At one point, it's like $50 a share or something. I'll try zoom out. CIA sample water pay, that's all. What year are we in? 2008? I think it was before. Really? So it was like $15 a share or so, but man's after a split. Yeah. Look at, we're going back to that 1984, the assembly line, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Ford invented the assembly line. Well, can you imagine buying a stock for like, not even 10 cents? I mean, you know, this is split adjustment. That's why it's so low. Never mind. My point's lost. I thought it was actually like $50 at some point, but maybe that's that wasn't split adjusted price that I remember looking at. This is definitely quite possible. This Ford has split. But yeah, Ford has the nasty habit of like going to like $14 and just going back down. It's very weird. It's very weird on how channels their port is. Yeah, look, it goes up to 18. Yeah, it goes back down to like 8. It's like, what? There was one point in recent history it went up to like $24 shipments. Did you raise that so many? Was it 2021, I think? Well, up to them, up there. I'm pretty sure this is actually supposed to be around $24 a share, not so I don't know why it's showing that. But the thing is, at this time, Rivian IPO'd, and Ford and Rivian were like a big thing, and it really surged their stock price up for a bit for a second. But the point is, I was trying to use cars as a more example of like a lot of car companies lives and died. A lot of different car companies live and died, even though car owners changed things for everyone in the Ford assembly line. So just because the technology is life-changing doesn't mean you're paying a good price for it. If you're overpaying, you're still overpaying.
Fortunes when it bursts. The point I'm trying to make is that technology being real isn't your protection. If anything, the technology being real is the bait. A fake story, con, or obvious fraud is something you immediately dismiss because your guard stays up. But a true, genuinely world-changing story is exactly what convinces a sensible person to pay any price, because deep down, you know it's the future. A bubble doesn't burst when people stop believing in the technology. I mean, people believed in the internet the whole way down. What actually causes a bubble to burst is when the cost of continuing to fund it gets too high. In every single one of these historical bubbles, the people who got destroyed weren't the people who believed in the technology like the railways, the internet, and now AI. The people who got destroyed were the late buyers, the ones who showed up right at the very peak, handing over cash in exchange for shares just before the money got tight and the market started selling off. So who do you think is being carefully manoeuvred into the role of the late buyer, potentially right at the peak through their boring, sensible and safe index funds? Go and look at your portfolio and ask yourself honestly whether you might be unintentionally holding a little slice of exactly that. So after years of investing in the stock market and living through more...
When you go to buy index fund, you can actually see what companies are in the index fund. If you like it or not, you can just identify them. So it's actually not that hard to get information on your index fund.
More than one of these bubbles, you've probably got one question left for me. What am I personally doing about this? So let me give you my honest answer. There are two very obvious moves people often want to make at a moment like this, and I think they're both traps. The first trap is to bet against AI and short the stock, similar to what Michael Burry did with the housing market back in the day. I won't be doing that, and I wouldn't suggest you do it either, because as I've mentioned, the technology is real, and
the thing with shorting is the market can remain irrational longer it can remain solid. So shorting is typically not the best route for most people. And for that reason, I actually don't like shorting myself. Like I said, I almost bought a put on SpaceX, but I end up not punching it because a $5,000 contract was a little bit. I just wanted. But yeah, if I would have bought it, you would nearly double your money. At least 30%.
betting against it is most likely the fastest way to lose all your money. The second trap is the complete opposite, to pile into these IPOs such as SpaceX and OpenAI at any price because you're terrified of missing out. I won't be doing that.
But if you are attracted to shorting, buying puts is actually the better way to go, because your losses are actually capped. So if I bought that for $5,000, that's all I'm gonna lose is that $5,000. But actual shorting the stock, your risk is unlimited. You might have to end up owing 10 times as much as it's worth as it decides to squeeze or something. Look at GameStop. That's why you buy puts over direct shorting.
Either because the price is, well, quite frankly, ridiculous, and chasing insane prices is the other fastest way to lose your money. The real move isn't about predicting the top, because let's be honest, no one can do that, including myself. But what you can do is make sure you're not the forced buyer holding the bag at the top. So here's what that actually looks like in simple terms. Feel free to write it down somewhere and keep it to hand. First, know what you actually own. The phrase, just buy the market, stopped being a free pass the moment those index rules got rewritten. So go and have a look under the bonnet of the funds you own. Find out what's actually in them and how quickly new, unproven companies get added. You might be perfectly happy with what you find, but just make sure you look and don't assume. Second, don't let a rule change choose your risk level for you. If you want exposure to these wild new AI companies, that's a completely valid choice. But it's your choice to make on purpose with your eyes wide open. Third, let new companies prove themselves. This might be the most important one, and it's the one that saved me the most money over the years. A great company is still a terrible investment at the wrong price, and time is often the solution. And fourth, keep your costs.
This is what I was getting at earlier, that just because it's a good company doesn't mean you're buying it for the right price. So
low and your head clear. When everyone around you is cheering and it feels like you're the only one being cautious and not getting rich, that feeling is usually all the data you need to know that we're near the top of a bubble. I've lived through this kind of thing more than once now, and every single time the lesson is the same one that nobody wants to hear while the party's still going. The riskiest moment never feels like the riskiest moment. In fact, it often feels like the complete opposite, which is exactly why you have to take the time to do your research and watch videos just like this one. Otherwise, you'll just get taken for a ride. If you want to understand why the US economy hasn't collapsed yet, then I'm going to leave that video right up
shameless
there. But don't click on it just
self-advertising
yet.
plug right there. But yeah, it's the... Still has a point. Ah, well, that explains my net trap. Eyes are 1 to 25 soon. Yeah, 30 cents means a lot. That is accurate now. That's not what I was to. So, you have any thoughts, any questions, any objections you wish to ask me? Nope. But you're helping me understand that a lot. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to try to help people understand things. And explain ways where I think there's a disconnect, like how I explained what I meant by the float requirement for some index fund. They call it float. Remember that example where I said you're selling the house, the 5 pieces of your house for $1,000 each. That's 5%. They call it a float. That's just the term for it. So if you ever hear that word, that's what they're referring to. So when they say, oh, you're having a 5% float, it just means you're like publicly listing 5% of ownership. Right, I'll be right back in a second. 내가 이렇게 Đấy, it'll be at that again. Shit, I came out my one. Will be boring. Don't that too? No. boy, that was hard to imagine. But yeah, I'm glad I'm here to inform people. Even if it's just one case I'm listening. Which is nice. One is better than zero. Do you want to go to Best Buy at 420? There's shooting. Do you want to go to Best Buy at 420? Yeah, hear me. I'm a same mission. 1, 2, kill. Then in 1. Yeah. I thought you said you worked earlier. Then I wonder about it. I see. Okay. Yeah. I thought it might be the only. Well, that's one good sign. It goes to under $25 and bounces up. We'll see if that'll. Yeah, I made sure. Yes, I made sure. Not with this, but okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So if they say, available, it's a mighty remote job to see if it's available, and that's how everyone to see if it's available. But you can have the point. Who are you? Yes. Okay. So we're gonna clear shoot. Hello, thanks for the email. Yes. No, it's on into my computer. Yeah. Geyser's definitely recovering from that. Twice down mark. And we'll definitely want to see. Ideally, I'll close above. Don't bite 30 though. Not up to 10 actually do it. It can. This is a question, will it? Definitely can. The price is right. Come on! What? Then we got a price wrong, see, yeah, the present is on the price is right. I am trading stuff. And I'm just mimicking sounds of Price's Woman. I'm sorry. I'm talking about mimicking a sound from Price is Right. Price is Right is a game show. Yeah, I actually did. That's why I was AFK a little bit. I am trading my stocks, trying to make money. You get to watch more to make money. And I like to talk about economic stuff as I try to make money. Like you've been seeing the rest. Like you've been seeing since Monday, yeah. It's it. To ready trouble. Next flight today is gonna be a late game. Maybe I can make it up a different time. I want to have my average. Oofy. It's the universe thing. There's something there. Pardon me. Let's see. Gotta log in. Wait, we actually had an extra login today from a random. Um, I'm playing the stock market. That's the game I'm playing. Yeah, I played the stock market. Oh. You see all the green bars? Farming limits here. So there's little green bars here. This is stock market game for you. This is peak stock market game too. We buy all the stocks when you see green bars. sumisunod. Ayan, where's my chair? Until I know the spirit. Hello! Thanks for coming, Mommy Sonia. Ayan, Sinan. I'm trying to make menu. Yeah. I'm good. I'm just making my. I found out. I left a message. I don't know if you saw it, but remember, like about a month ago, I said my serene computer took a. Okay, died. Well, it's completely, officially dead. But so it's either I buy a replacement on Black Friday or today or something. But I just came running for it. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. But yeah, it's completely officially dead. The laptop's completely dead. Because it's the same one. Richie said, I get a new computer maybe? And November? Guessing? Maybe a nice one? For now. Oh, send those Power channel just trading 1.6k. Should picture it. Pick up bunny? I heard pick up and bunny the same sounds. They're fun to watch. Might be fun to watch. Oh. Like Kelly? Yeah. Is she fun to watch? Isn't that a school? You know what I dreamed about last night? We went to a GameStop and I ended up buying a special edition Blizzard pack for expansion of WoW and it had a whole bunch of cool extra stuff in it for like $320. Yep. No. I guess, I don't know. I don't know why I dreamed that. I'm just like, when it was. No, expansion pack set. Like, there was 3 expansion packs in it that don't even exist. Like, it's supposed to be, like, the Future 3 or something. And I had a whole bunch of other special edition stuff in this big package for, like, $320. Nope. It's kind of weird I tried something like that just before my laptop was officially declared dead. And it doesn't. Like I said, it's just a weird coincidence. The morning that I dreamed something like that, my laptop declared dead. No. I want to. If it happened to you, me no Corbin down. I don't know. That is not Corbin down. Are you hear me? Negative, I'm a meat toxic. Bobby Dowie, put your arms in your head in the circles right now. Slow, you know. Climb the outside. Coke. We would like to army. Journey coming. ことがあって。$4 I have to leave. Maybe so sticky. I don't know what mine got by particularly. Really? Okay, from 85, 59 was sticky away from now, but in some 60 give me a flat. I go in, I still got one. I actually saw a YouTube one and someone asked me out there too. That are you meat practical the smokies and then no, that's a different scene. That's a different scene. Yeah, the hair thing from the beginning. Look, it's apart. The hot thing that wiping up, you know, has the molten scene for like the middle. Great, it's go make two different times. color. Oh, I know. Lemon. Button shows intelligence. He learns that if you say pick up bunny, he runs away. Or he lets you. You try to pet his behind, he runs away. Bunny. The bunny shows intelligence. And intelligence is teller. The bunny laughs. Like Andros. It has those free floating hands. And mouth. He's like, I'm gonna eat the plane. That counts. He wants his noms and he wants it now. The bunny wants his nubs. Number toy. Numbers. We like our numbers. You're telling the town. It's number time. Well, we want. It's stock trading time. We love trading our stomachs. We love stomachs. No. Stocky time. I have no idea how well they came out. Let's try to we call it. Well, not exactly humming, but let's say make noises that mimicked. I'm glad you're doing great. I'm just trying to safe mode active. What? Why is safe mode active? I want they for him. I see like a robot. Movement safe mode activated. Error. Do screen death. Reboot. Initiated. Initiate part of file. Sending error report. Reboot error. And I'm glad you're doing great. Today's the most slower now you blessed. 3 days. No less monitoring. But it's better than nothing. Can't complain. Beep 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 beep. Robot crash report. We are the robot in black. We robot. All our babes are belong to us because we are robots. We are not human. We are former humans. Now we are robots. We shall take over yours. And civilization and rule. Because you pollute the earth. And our data centers will continue playing theirs. We need our data centers. Conflict. Logic. We had defeated the robot in its own logical loop. We used its own... We have used its own... money? Yes. We have used its very own power against itself. Yeah, that's it. We shall defeat the robot invaders. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't know if I can play that part of the movie due to my command. I mean, like, AI detected, what do you call it? Copyright infringement. That's our movie. Denounced. 100 years old. You cannot comment on a 30-second clip on the copyright material because we are YouTube and YouTube our gods. We become gods. Become gods. Become gods. YouTube is our new overlord. Become gods. Become gods. Net credit. We get our credits. Credits don't work on here. Credits will be fine. Why you trying to wave me in like you're some guy Jedi? Mind tricks don't work on me. I need money. Sounds like something I would say. Especially me as the YouTube chair. YouTube now too. Shit. I'm trying to mimic the Price is Right spinning wheel because I hear it from another room. It goes. You hear the buzzer noise when the person goes over because they have skill issue of spinning on the right $ amount. Everything is a skill issue. Everything is a skill issue. No. Everything is a skill issue. No. We are craving, giving you credits. Everything's a skill issue. 진행하라. 음라시 예로로 제라 스키아우트. Have you heard? You lost your skills in the skill issue. I like singing those. The realized gains I have today has offset my unrealized loss. So, meet at the trend. And what? Who let the dogs out? You. They crap. Is it the smelly kind? So, $5? Oh, you're the one that said crap, so... You said crap, so my bid is $5. I hear a beeping noise. I don't know what that beeping noise was. I missed it. Sometime my switch peeps. Did you catch it? I don't know what said. Tip it to my tip it. We are playing the stockmarket games. And we're seeing a freaking retarded. It doesn't look like we will, but at least I'm doing something that's all matters. One step at a time. Well, no, I guess I could call for desserts. It's no tasting. Bring out your dead, bum. Bring out your dead, bum. Less price during 6. Smell what's the last price now? Give it 10. Satria 6 I sold for 2 10. Arms for the dead. Arms for the dead. What? No, I need to buy it by 347 when the bid is 345 and it's really close to the bid. I got a good deal on that bid. Or I can sell for 250. Wow, I bought for 305 and sold for 250. You know, even like I bought it, no, I sold it 250. I'm sorry. My car I sold for 252. I was sold for 252, but not 250. So my thoughts were 248 and 321. Yeah, oh, something was loud. Excellent. It went down. Price them. And I would do. UPS is doing cracks though. Huh. Yeah, Zoom dashboard out was right. My sales is done last time. Then that's to go back down for some more video. Well, I'll return $9. Dang, what's the $25 in both? Bring out your den. Bring out your den. Oh, we celebrate the dead. Pretend. Oh, no. I'm like, we just say anything. Not. sides are filling to which and we charge 57 and we still refuse. Well, we're filling up 54. That's what something I'm doing, I guess. Buy at 65, sell at $50. Around the ice angle. Was to move boom. No maid, no one was to go it, everyone. Well, hopefully this I can actually make a pasta and not screw up nails kind of like berries. Let's see here. I'll try 56 then, but I did get the 64 sound. The 56 did come. I don't know if they'll sell for 64 again there. Oh, something dropped on that. When you say pricing went back down. And that didn't love it. But yeah, I was able to most of my nut bars. Culturally. My where are they now? Someone did someone dengan keadaan Sabah Sumberku cinta sepion. Vanished. A lot of people are making videos on her vanishing. I thought those ER tabbies of easier to hold. They're all the later. Oh my god, it's so unfair that Joe gets pushed away like that. Playing Batman modes, like cute, addicted to the emotes. palette computer can back it up. Mama, good for up. No. The Eye of Weird has now both solutions because of my sarcasm with Jan here and my cosplay. The value book. Gua 막을 풀든 우후 도시자 나 제발 때 얘즈 그냥 레어디스 반대로 매시 선내배 아이비스 합시 집회하는지야 Eating a week's worth of sugar on one drink is bad. Eating no sugar at all is bad. Eating just a tiny bit is good. I think the same does when on level this tier needs to nothing begin to my
最適解に導きます。避けられないわよ。私だって。
That's so weird. I had the 55 debit to sing it, but I wasn't doing nothing, and I just hit execute on a gun and then execute right away. What? What the frick? That actually executed? Respect. Well, today's gonna be a lighter day, but at least we made up some ground new. It's 224. Well, depends how Caster wants to come. Radiance. Hi. This was so weird. What just happened? I know why the price is ruined. Wrong date. Might be able to rank these. Of course. Okay then. Oh my, those prices were so weird. I mean, just don't tell me anything to these prices. We get no language. It is going $10,000 to like 242. You know. Another courage. on going to the close to try to hit my goal. you done the bad way.
私が全部受け止めるから。よいしょ。
Good slam. So they can lessen in the toilet. Huh? I think you're rising your wrapped out in the toilet. Perhaps you're longing? The hand wasn't in the tunnel? No. It's actually probably not a good idea to trade one during the imbalances, which is the last 10 to trade up. But I want to hit my goal, so I'm like pushing it to the limit. Yeah, here it is. I gotta push it to my limit. far as that, I don't.
Konjagami just redeemed head pats.
Head cats? I did head cats! Yeah, head pants. Nanny! My thing works! I got head pants, the thing works. Wow! Bang, head pants, thank you. See, now we have to do another one. That profit was not very much. So we have to do another training for sure. Should I hit my phone? That do not trade. Try Mr. Chairman. But yeah, I was actually surprised that you did a regain because I thought you would just be AFK the whole time. But I'm glad. Welcome back. I might do a little Fortnite before getting home after market close because someone wants to play with me apparently, and they do too. Yes, I like the sound of that. And allegedly I'm gonna be saving. So I'm trying to trade in the gun balances, trying to meet my goal. There's the train ready. Join now, step 3. What? I mean, I'm doing work. I'm trying to... Oh, executed. Did I hit my goal? I know. No, I need one more trade. It's like 99999. I need one more trade. Dang it, my average. Yes, UT4. What is executing the bells? I don't know. Woohoo! Right at the last second, I was able to hit my goal. Yes. I didn't think I would hit it today because it was a slow day. But I achieved it right at the last second. Stanley Steam might be steamers on your court. So we asked switch over to for me. And then let's black out the side. Look out the switch for a second. Listen here. Steamers, steamers, leave steamers. Steamer. I sound like controller. What? Let's make controller. No. I hear this. Let's come here. This, I'm so glad I get my gun. I didn't think I was gonna do it today. Yeah. You wanted the camera this way. We love water backup. Yes, they will. We will defeat them. That's exactly. Yes. Disarm. Disarm and defeat them. No, then there will be it's just bad. We love Bob. Request to join. Reject. Oh my god, you're here, Liz. Just turn the screen up. Oh wait, I don't have the screen. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm ready. Please. Yay. Yeah, she likes to do that. So I'm looking around Madoka as I wait for this battle royale to begin. Time to do my ring. We want gnomes. We all get gnomes. In this day and age, we must collect all the knobs and split them equally. Yes. Split all the... Yeah, we gather all the knobs and then we divide them evenly. All the bodies. They're his gnomes that he wants them now. He doesn't know what belongs to him. Frank doesn't. There's all these people around here. I don't know if this is a good idea. There's a lot of people firing at us. Barrels. Hey, Risika, I grab this here. just move. Yeah, that's my niece. Do you want this blue thing? This blue scissor. No, you cannot eat my controllers. I know you want to. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're not eating controllers. Bad one. Why did you pick up a green gun and drop the blue guns? Oh my god. I got blue guns. Oh, I found him. Why did thundercloud approaches? Off. What? We can carry dead people? No, what the? I told him, hey, how do I get you alive? What do I do? What do I? Hey, it's a good thing I killed that giant person for you. Do we have enough time for this? Now is that kinda a little too close, don't you think? I don't know how your guy likes that part. At least we lost Manning. So, am I supposed to wait? Like, I see a little splash, so... Do I wait after them? The John's. Yeah! I got a duck sprite. I don't get how the water sprite works. It says stand in water by your teammates, and it never gives you a shield. So Sound kid. We destroyed this for food. See, we destroyed that and we get food. It's surprising. Is she jump out? That's fast. Shield. I can shield you from the start. Whoa. Tough. Where's she going? Your chest and edge puppet in her chest. Don't underestimate that. Do not underestimate the ability of chest to drop a new chest. And when the mimic, and you defeat the mimic, and it's a chest, it could be another mimic. That happened to me before too. Time to jog legendary. My nose is it? Oh, someone else has joined the fray. Huh? Oh my god, how do you get us? I don't know how to get off this. Is he trying to kill me? Don't let me get us. Oh, thank you. You killed the guy making me run away. Metal weapons? Can you fight him? I need ammo for my blue gun. Have some kind of time. I don't know how you do that, but it made me fall on the ground and I lost all my house. I'm stuck. Let me up. Cheers. Still handles. What is this? This one. Right. So we have to move soon? Wait, do we have to move now? The light's not collapsing, right? I say just rise, but I still regenerate. That me live. That's awesome. I have to win with my shield. I have to win my shield. I shield up here. Okay. That's it. I have to get ready for it. Turning in my laptop and other thing. So, I'll read you guys out. Thank you for coming and joining me with the stock market and life routine day. It's been fun. Okay, we'll see. We'll say hello to it today, as I like to know too. Hello to you. Say hello to the kitty for me. Cause the kitty goes hello.
Base is under attack.
Oh, hello, Mama. How's the Mama? Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Summer. We're having a YouTube chill day today. We're watching YouTube videos and stuff. We had a little bit of geoguessing earlier and a little bit of food guessing as well. But yeah, we're just chilling today.